Reporters a vacuum. So I'd like to take a look at some of the positive things we can do in the coming year that will turn this negative victory into a lasting positive triumph. So here are my grown-up Christmas wishes, which actually are grown up. Well, my friends, this is my final show before Christmas break. So, as we approach this holiest of holy days, I would like to set all the political animosity aside and reach out in love and charity to all people made in the image of God, also to Democrats, and deliver a seasonal message full of lofty-sounding sentiments that seem uplifting on first hearing, only because when studied carefully they reveal themselves to be empty of anything resembling wisdom or even meaning. I want to speak these empty phrases in a pious-sounding voice like this one, so that they sound like they either come from the heart.
Man, there are some weird shenanigans going on with some of the
NPR reports about the art of flute making among Amazonian Kumanga tribesmen. Some other bullpucky you couldn't care less about, but you can't turn it off because then people will think you don't like primitive indigenous people. But you don't. If you wanted anyone to know that, you wouldn't be listening to NPR in the first place. And when I deliver these pseudo-deep Yuletide meditations, I want to rely on a lot of cutesy, unnecessarily elusive phrases like this festive season of the year, the babe laid in a manger, instead of just saying Christmas or Jesus like any normal person. You think Jesus' mother called him the babe laid in a manger? Like, hey, babe laid in a manger, make sure you're back by dinner time and don't forget to wear your helmet when you're riding your bike. Of course not. They didn't even have helmets then, since it was back in olden time. So without further ado, and before I get sick of talking like some schmuck on the classical music station, let me get to this year's Christmas message. You know, at this festive season of the year, when our thoughts turn once again to that babe laid in a manger so very long ago, when there were still mangers, but couldn't get a bike helmet for love or money, it's customary for us to go shopping for gifts. Uncle Harry wants a new tie because he got so smashed last Christmas he spilled gravy on his old tie. Had to spend the entire year telling people it was handmade by South American craftsmen, and what looked like a gravy stain was actually an outline of Argentina. Little Tommy wants a telescope. His little Julie across the street keeps forgetting to draw the curtain before she gets ready for bed. And Mom, who's always so sweetly selfless, just wants a modest little ticket to Pittsburgh and a new Social Security number, along with a driver's license with her picture on it, but an entirely different name. But is buying presents really what this festive season of the year is all about? Or is it about that child laid in a manger back in olden times, and the shepherds who were watching their flocks by night, when an angel of the Lord appeared before them and said, "Don't be afraid, because lo, a Savior has been born to you, who will return to judge you for your sins." Wait, I take back what I said about not being afraid. You should probably be scared out of your wits. But never mind that. Go to Bethlehem, see where this child is laid in a manger, find out what a manger is, send word. Bring in gifts like, I don't know, maybe a lamb chop or something. For shepherds, you could do that. Only leave the little drummer boy home this year, because if he wakes that kid up after Mary finally gets him to sleep, she's going to slap his face. Then the angel vanished, and a heavenly host appeared, singing, "Peace on earth to men of goodwill." And the rest of you are schooled. So in conclusion, let me just remind you that when you get your religion from chintzy sentiment like this, you get what you deserve. And believe me, you do not want it. So as I climb back in my tiny sleigh and drive out of sight, let me say to each and every one of you, trigger warning, Andrew Clavin. And this is the Andrew Clavin Show. Here we are for the last time this year, laughing our way through the birth of the living God. There is still time to get a woman underground for Christmas, and of course, if you don't, you will be plunged into the Clavinless darkness where there is wailing and gnashing of teeth. But if you do, there will be yet another winter book next year, and hopefully more after that. If you leave a comment wherever you get this show, whether you get it on Daily Wire Plus, where you should, and you should be a member, but if you get it elsewhere and you leave a comment, we will read that comment if it is sufficiently morally reprehensible and it just culturally disgusting in every possible way. Today's comment comes from Ambitious17100, who says, never stop with the Trump happiness montage. But you know what? I think we have driven that joke into the ground, and I think it's really... I know you like it, but it's time to leave some of these things behind. So let's get right to today's episode, my grown-up Christmas list. Now, I don't have a lot of pet peeves because I always ask myself, why would anyone keep a peeve for a pet? But I do have a few, and one of them is pop songs with catchy tunes and incredibly stupid lyrics. And the problem with these is that the tune gets stuck in your head and you wind up walking down the street singing some lyric like, sometimes when we touch, the honesty's too much, which may be the single gayest thing that anyone has ever said. And at this festive season of the year, the song I hate most is my grown-up Christmas list, because you probably know this list. It's about a little girl who used to ask Santa for toys, but now she has grown-up things she wants to ask for. And the tune is genuinely catchy, so you walk around singing "No more lives torn apart," and "Wars would never start," and "Time would heal all hearts," which, aside from being a grammatical farrago, it's not a grown-up Christmas list at all. In fact, it's a Christmas list of a person who's never grown up, because none of it is ever going to happen. It's more likely that Santa will be able to stuff a new pony down your chimney than any of those things is going to happen. So this is my last show of the year, as I say, and it's a year that included what I consider a tremendous political/cultural victory in the election of Donald Trump. But in a way, it's a negative victory, if you think about it. The victory is really that we smashed the media, the leftist, dishonest media, and the forces of wicked leftism that were wrapping themselves like a boa constrictor around our American life. But nature abhors a vacuum, so I'd like to take a look at some of the positive things we can do in the coming year that will turn this negative victory into a lasting, positive triumph. So here are my grown-up Christmas wishes, which actually are grown up because they could happen. You know, most people are not getting all the fruits and vegetables they need, and the reason is it's almost impossible to do. I mean, the juice drips down your face, you're stuffing your thing. Don't even think about it, it's disgusting. But with balance of nature fruits and veggies, there is a convenient dietary supplement to ensure you get a wide variety of fruits and vegetables on a daily basis. If you think about it, how can you eat 31 different fruits and vegetables every day? Stop thinking about it now, because it'll make you nauseous. Balance of Nature provides an on-the-go solution by taking 31 different fruits and vegetables, freeze-drying them, turning them into a powder, and then putting them into a capsule. It can't get more convenient than that. I take them every day, and that's why I look like I'm 35. All right, I may not look like I'm 35, maybe 40, but still, go to balanceofnature.com. Use it, try it for yourself. Use promo code Klavan to get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer. Plus, you get a free bottle of fiber and spice. That's balanceofnature.com, promo code Klavan. You do not want that juice dripping down your face. Just want to know how to spell Klavan to get that deal. Klavan. Chapter 1, my political Christmas wish. So as you know, I've said this every day, I think, every week since Trump's victory. I consider the greatest significance of Donald Trump's election, not the actual election of Donald Trump, which I think is greatly significant, but I think the even greater significance is the destruction of the credibility of the leftist media. I don't even know what to call them anymore. I don't want to call them mainstream because they're obviously not mainstream, and I don't want to call them corporate because there are plenty of good corporations, and they call them the legacy media, meaning they were handed down. I just think they're corrupt. I'm talking about the New York Times, a former newspaper, and the TV broadcast network, CNN, all of the people, Washington Post, all of the people who have pretended to cover the news while infusing everything they do with this leftist philosophy, which they got from their college professors, and is just wrong and evil and destructive and wicked. And it has infected everything, and anybody who says anything against it has been silenced and derided and even fired from their jobs and, canceled, as they say, thrown off social media, made unhireable. Just really awful, awful stuff that the media has supported and basically has backed And Donald Trump is rubbing their noses in this by suing a lot of them, and one of them he sues, ABC. George Stephanopoulos, whatever his name is, who got his job, his only credit, his only resume for getting that job at ABC, where he became their top anchorman, was silencing women who accused Bill Clinton of rape and harassment. He is on tape in a video, a documentary called The War Room. He is caught on tape intimidating reporters who want to report on the fact that Bill Clinton was chasing women around with his pants off, and it was accused plausibly of rape, of serious, actual rape in one instance. And George Stephanopoulos managed to silence a lot of that, and that's basically, that was the only credit he had. So I don't know what other criteria they had for hiring him at ABC. So he, and also he was basically the top on-air guy when ABC, as we know, killed the Jeffrey Epstein story during Hillary's run, right? Because it would have hurt Hillary's run for the presidency. And he had the temerity to badger rape victim Nancy Mace. This is George Stephanopoulos. This is who he is. By calling Trump a racist and saying, how could you possibly support this guy, rapist? Now, no court had found Trump to be a rapist. And even the case in which he was accused of rape, the E. Jean Carroll case, was a very vague story where Jean Carroll could not remember when it happened, even the year, I think, when it happened, and they suspended the statute of limitations so Trump could be got. It was a very, very dodgy story, and even then, no jury accused him of rape, even though the judge kept saying, well, they did, but they didn't. Even the judge was not telling the truth. So apparently, Snuffleupagus was told repeatedly by the ABC brass, do not use this word rape, because it's defamatory, but he couldn't help himself. And after all those years, I guess, of silencing people who were, either accused of or suspected of rape, he, I guess, just couldn't keep the word out of his mouth. It was like he was confessing to all the bad things he had done. And ABC decided to settle with Trump for $15 million, which will go to his library. I'm sorry they gave him such a high mind. I wanted them to just drop Happy Meals, $15 million worth of Happy Meals on needy areas, maybe Mar-a-Lago as well, or maybe just the toys from the Happy Meals. But anyway, this is very upsetting to many of the stalwarts of the media. And here is just a brief clip of Jim Acosta and Miss Brian Stelter of CNN discussing how they will just have to become even more heroic than they have been in the past in the wake of this terrible, surrender by ABC. Is cut 10.
But it seems to me that there's a lot of this bending the knee going on, and I'm sure the folks over at ABC will say that that's just not the case. But I just feel, and I wonder how you feel about that aspect of all of this. I mean, to me, it seems this is a time for our industry to stand firm. And we're going to have a very important job to do. And that's not putting us on a pedestal or anything like that, but we're going to have a very important job to do, because Trump is not going to change his ways when he gets back in the Oval Office. He's going to continue to say things that need to be fact-checked. And you can't have the news industry worrying about this sort of stuff when they're just simply doing their jobs.
Well, if some bend the knee, others have to stand up straighter.
Now, of course, when you do Acosta and Ms. Stelter on camera at the same time, you almost have a high enough IQ to make a single person. It's an amazing thing. And what they're doing is they're playing journalism. They're playing like they have been honest, courageous journalists, when in fact these are the guys who, were praising Joe Biden. I remember Jim Acosta called him Top Gun. The Top Gun was Joe Biden. He was sharp as a tack, and he was so smart. And now we know from late reporting in the Wall Street Journal, that from the very first days of his presidency, his aides were covering up for his decline, which was apparent to everybody at the Daily Wire. It was apparent to everybody on X. It was apparent to everybody but these journalists who were standing up so straight on their pedestals that they were just too high up to look down and see that the president was a dotard. So this is what the Wall Street Journal says. Throughout his presidency, a small group of aides stuck close to Biden to assist him, especially when traveling or speaking to the public. They body him to such a high degree, a person who witnessed it said, adding that the hand-holding is like anything other recent presidents have had. Now, this is coming in late from the Wall Street Journal. They had 4 years to get this story. And like I said, all the rest of us could see it. Everybody could see it. But guys like Acosta And Miss Stelter kept telling us not to see what we were seeing. You know, don't believe our own lying eyes when we could be watching CNN instead. And the fact that we're, getting this story now is basically part of this. And, and again, it's not just the Elias Acosta and his ilk, because it's the New York Times as well and the Washington Post, where democracy dies in darkness because they're throttling it in the darkness. It was, the Russian collusion, the good people on both sides, the bloodbath, all of this stuff. But it was reporting with faux faces, with straight faces, this felony trial in New York where no one could name the felony, including the judge. The judge, Juan Merchant, actually said to the jury, you don't have to know what felony you're convicting them of, but if you feel in your hearts there might be a felony he was guilty of, you can convict him of. So they took that seriously and kept calling him a convicted felon after, like I said, you should be able to name the felony he committed if you're going to call him a convicted felon, while repeatedly saying Hunter Biden's laptop wasn't real, it was Russian disinformation, there was no evidence that Biden was involved in Hunter's influence peddling business, when in fact the evidence was as long as your arm. It could stack it up. There was plenty of evidence that Joe Biden is the most corrupt president of my lifetime and probably in the history of the United States of America. He was more wicked in his abuse of the DOJ, in his abuse of, the legal system, of putting away his political enemies, silencing his political enemies through various departments. He was more wicked every day than Trump was on any day, whatever mistakes you think Trump has made. Now, here is my Christmas wish, okay? Not all truth tellers are on the right, but the leftist liars have had such a stranglehold on our culture and on our media that it has to start with the right. We need reporting power. This is a real thing. We need reporting power. The New York Times, a former newspaper which lies and lies and lies and lies, has more reporting power than all the right put together, that single newspaper. It has more reporting, it has incredible reporting power, and they can still deliver well-reported stories when they are in their interest. That makes them more wicked. Just like somebody with talent who uses that talent for evil is more wicked than an untalented person who just bumbles around trying to do wicked things but really doesn't have the ability to do it. What the New York Times does is especially wicked because they have so much reporting power, because they get the cream of the crop, because they are like that guy in Men in Black who's inhabited by an alien. They are the former newspaper that was really a good news in the 80s. They were always liberal, but they were not leftist like they are now. They were not trying to bring down American society. They were not doing things like agitating so that the cops couldn't search people for guns. They were not the racism, the absolute flagrant racism. So part of what we're seeing right now, and what we've been seeing this week on Capitol Hill, are the whipped dogs of the Republican Party who are so used to being abused by the media, and they're in this bubble in Washington, D.C., that they think the media has credibility. They're still doing it. When you were watching this budget hurrah, I'm sure you saw some of this, where they have this continuing resolution going on, and they're trying to, what Trump wants is he wants to get the debt limit out of the way, so he's not going to have to deal with another shutdown thing that's going to distract everybody from what he's trying to do. And all we get from our side of is this commentary. We have commentary. We have plenty of commentary, like what I'm doing now. And the commentary is great. It's important. It has done the job of bringing down. We pantsed the mainstream media. That's what we did. We pulled down their pants and let everybody see their lying asses. That's basically what we did. But we didn't have the power to bring actual news to people. Now, what you get in this situation, for instance, you get everybody blaming Mike Johnson. Mike Johnson is not blameless as the Speaker of the House, obviously. He is not blameless. He promised this kind of end-of-the-year continuing resolution bill was not going to happen, where they just omnibus spending, and Chuck Schumer got to load it up with all these little things that he wanted funding, things that we don't want funded, like the department in the State Department, where they have supposed to keep the Russians and Chinese from infiltrating our information system with propaganda. That's what it's there for, but instead it has been linking with organizations that are there to stop places like the Daily Wire from getting advertising by naming us hate groups or by naming us fake news or whatever. We're suing them, and the Federalists. Daily Wire and the Federalist are suing them for doing this stuff, and this bill would have funded them, and then that bill was put aside. And the thing is, Donald Trump then pulled the rug out from under Mike Johnson, but Mike Johnson was consulting with Trump the entire time, right? I mean, Mike Johnson is a smart man, and he has the worst job in Washington, D.C. I would rather clean the streets with a toothbrush than be a Republican Speaker of the House. Because a Democrat Speaker of the House, and Nancy Pelosi, is leading zombies. They'll follow her anyway. Yeah, it's becoming, it's Pelosi, we're bothering you anyway. Whereas, I think there, and as many Republicans as there are in the House, each one of them forms a different constituency. So Mike Johnson has to, wrangle cats, as they say. And not only that, the media, this leftist corrupt media, will support Nancy Pelosi even when she fails, whereas if Mike Johnson even succeeds but has to make a concession somewhere along the line, as he's going to have to because he only has this slim majority, if he has to make some compromises, we will rip him to pieces. So I feel sorry for Mike Johnson. He's a genuine conservative. He wants to do right, but he got caught here, and he got caught between. He was talking to Elon Musk. He was talking to Donald Trump, and then when he got out there with this bill and it looked as ugly as it did, they pulled the rug out from under him. That's the truth. But I'm sorry, but we have to have reporting power. This is what conservatives who care about this country should be thinking about right now. Reporters who can get the story, get it as fast as possible, get it from the inside, and get it with the facts alone. And listen, I love the Daily Wire. We have made great strides in reporting. We have reported some serious stories this year. They've done some really big effects. But my feeling is, and Jeremy may tell me I'm wrong about this, but I feel that this is basically a cultural site. We're moving more and more in a cultural direction, and that's kind of what we do. We comment on politics, but we're moving in our direction. All our instincts are, I think, our cultural instincts. And this is something that has to go on. One of the things that has completely fallen apart in the reports on is local news. And this is not a conspiracy. It's because the finance system, which had to do with advertising, fell apart when the internet came along. So Craigslist replaced the classifieds that used to keep local newspapers around. When I was a newspaper man in a small town, I had something like 4 or 5 outlets that I had to compete with to get stories. I would report on school boards as if it was Congress. And I remember meeting a guy in a pharmacy who didn't want to get caught handing me information about what the school board was doing. We just walked by each other in the aisle. Absolutely true story. And he just put this roll of paper in my hand. It was the secret meetings of the school board, the local school board. And I scuttled away and had this story that I could break to catch the school board. Without that, our school boards have been taken over by perverts who are trying to trans our children and pervert our children and get pornography. And here's just a clip of a dad in California who was standing up against a local school board because of what he found out was being taught in his kid's class. Is cut 11.
Well, thank you guys for having me. I am here to talk about an assignment that was showed into my daughter's classroom. I'm going to read the assignment. I do have a picture, but that's neither here nor there. It says, stand in a circle. Each of you is now gay or lesbian, and you're about to begin your coming out process. You cannot talk the rest of this activity. I don't see how this is part of the California curriculum for education. There's nothing that it does other than groom children.
All right, so that stuff would not be happening if there were still 4 outlets covering that board and what the school was doing and who the people were who were running for that election. There are basically no local reporters anymore who do that, and if they do, they're single, they're single outlets just like competing to get the news. And it's just important if you are a businessman, if you are trying to start a business, if you're thinking about the media. Talk about reporting. We have all the commentary we need. All you have to do is come to me and we'll get all the commentary we need. But we need people who go out and get the facts and do this stuff. And we need it at the national level, we need it at the international level, but most importantly, we need it at the local level because that has fallen apart. We need a new business model to get it going. With that kind of reporting, we can get the political things we want, and we will have my true political Christmas wish, which looks like this.
We're going to win so much. We're going to win at every level. We're going to win economically. We're going to win with the economy. We're going to win with military. We're going to win with health care for our veterans. We're going to win with every single facet. My, oh my, what a wonderful day. We're going to win so much, You may even get tired of winning. You'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore.
I feel pretty, oh so pretty. I feel pretty and witty and gay.
We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
I know that many of you sleep at night, but I lie awake, and so I know you need a comfortable bed, because if you're going to lie awake, you want to feel good all the time. That's where Helix Sleep comes. It's the key to unlocking your nightly retreat from the mattress. Helix isn't about following sleep trends or using pseudoscientific gimmicks. They've committed to one thing: giving you the best sleep possible, or in my case, just the most comfortable mattress. Their Helix Elite collection features 6 different mattress models, each designed for specific sleep positions and firmness preferences. It's almost as if they recognize that we're all individuals with distinct needs. Now, you might be thinking, buying a mattress online, that's kind of a leap of faith, but no. Helix has thought of that. They've created an ingenious sleep quiz that matches your body type and sleep preferences to the perfect mattress. It's like having a sleep psychologist minus the hourly rate. I took this Helix quiz. I was matched with a firm but breathable mattress. I lie awake on this thing thinking, this is great. I'm so happy I'm awake to experience this wonderful comfort. Helix even offers a 10-year warranty and a 100-night risk-free trial, and they will pick it up if you don't love it, but that's not going to happen. If you're ready to revolutionize your sleep and wake up refreshed to fight the good fight, Helix is offering my listeners 25% off all mattress orders, plus 2 free Dream pillows with any mattress purchase. And if you get a Luxe or Elite mattress, Helix is also including a free bedding bundle, meaning 2 Dream pillows, a sheet set, and a mattress protector. Just go to helixsleep.com/Klavan. That's HELIXSLEEP.com/ how do you spell it? KLAVAN. No ease. Just make it look easy. With Helix, better sleep starts now. Chapter 2, my racial Christmas wish. Tom Wolfe, you know the great writer Tom Wolfe, he published a wonderful, wonderful essay in the American Spectator in 1987. It was called The Great Relearning. And it was about a hippie commune in the 1960s. And this is what he said. He said, the hippies, as they became known, sought nothing less than to sweep aside all codes and restraints of the past and start from zero. Among the codes and restraints that people in the commune swept aside quite purposely were those that said you shouldn't use other people's toothbrushes or sleep on other people's mattresses without changing the sheets, or as was more likely, without using any sheets at all, or that you and 5 other people shouldn't drink from the same bottle of Shasta or take tokes from the same cigarette. And now, in 1968, they were relearning the laws of hygiene by getting the mange, the grunge, the itch, the twitch, the thrush, the scroff, the rot. Diseases, in other words, that hadn't appeared since the invention of modern medicine. This process, namely the relearning, following a Promethean and unprecedented start from zero, seems to me to be the leitmotif of our current interlude here in the dying years of the 20th century. Well, that's where I think we are right now. The left threw out all the rules and traditions. This thing that they called wokeness, that they now say doesn't exist, was overblown. It wasn't, it's real. And it was basically just telling us that all the rules and traditions of our culture, of Western culture, of Christianity, of all the things that, of the founding especially, I would say, all of these things didn't count, and we were going to have a beautiful, beautiful new world without them. And instead, what we've got is the cultural equivalent of the mange, the grunge, the itch, the twitch, the thrush, the scroff, and the rot. Because we forgot. We went back to ground zero because they were going to rebuild everything as a utopia, and instead, we got all the old diseases that we knew were there. And one of these diseases has to do with racism. And this week, a federal court granted former police officer Derek Chauvin, they granted his defense team, the right to access and analyze some of George Floyd's autopsy samples to find out whether he really died from anything Chauvin did or whether he had a heart attack. Instead, the Biden administration and the defense, the prosecution, are trying to stop them from getting this. Whether this will get Chauvin out of prison, he's been sentenced up to 22 years in prison by both the state, where he was convicted of unintentionally murdering Floyd, and he's basically sentenced to the same thing by the federal government, where he pleaded out to violating Floyd's civil rights. And the state has already refused his appeal, and SCOTUS has refused to hear the case. So it's unlikely he's going to get out and get a new trial. But my Christmas wish, one of my Christmas wishes, is that the full truth will come out about this case, because even if he made policing mistakes, and I suspect he did make policing mistakes, but police make mistakes. It's a high-stress decision-making, split-second decision-making business that you have to do, and so you cannot put people in prison, policemen in prison, for making mistakes. But I think that
Fuck
there
that.
is a
If
strong
regular people
likelihood
can,
that his
so can
mistakes were
government
not responsible
operatives.
for Floyd's death. And I don't think a cop who makes mistakes should be in prison. I don't want to second guess a jury, because I've covered trials and I know that juries hear things that none of us hear and see things that none of us see, including the faces, the way the defendants behave and stuff. But this case was not a fair trial. Derek Chauvin did not get a fair trial. There was a constant threat of violence in the streets. The judge was clearly cowed, in my opinion, was clearly making decisions to make sure this thing went through as quickly as possible. We had morons like Maxine Waters, Congresswoman Maxine Waters, were threatening the city with riots if he was let off. He was cut 4.
We're looking for a guilty verdict. We're looking for a guilty verdict, and we're looking to see if all of the fault that took place and has been taking place after they saw what happened to George Floyd, if nothing does not happen, then we know that we've got to not only stay in the street, but we've got to fight for justice.
Now that is a United States Congresswoman calling essentially for riots that are already going on, that have already been going on, and she can only do that because the press, this incredible monocultural press that was so corrupt, we have to destroy. We have destroyed, but we have to replace it. That's the thing. You can't just destroy it, because they will come roaring back. Jim Acosta and Miss Stelter will come right back if we don't replace them with reporting on. It doesn't even have to be reporting from the right. I don't want reporting from the right. I want good factual reporting. The reason they could do it, because this is the way these riots were covered by our friends at CNN and other places. Cut 12.
I argue to you tonight, all punches are not equal morally.
It says it right in the name, Antifa, anti-fascism, which is what they were there fighting. Listen, no organization is perfect. There's some violence.
Any reasonable person would say we shouldn't be destroying other people's property, but these are not reasonable times.
But thank goodness for the looters, man.
Please, show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
I don't care that much about statues.
Respectfully, shouldn't that be done by a commission or the city council, not a mob in the middle of the night throwing it into the harbor?
People will do what they do.
You're seeing behind me is one of multiple locations that have been burning in Kenosha, Wisconsin.
Do not get it twisted and think that, oh, this is something that has never happened before, and this is so terrible, and where are we, and these savages and all of that. This is how this country was started.
Study after study has shown that the police are not more likely to use deadly force against a black person than a white person. Black people commit more crimes, percentage-wise, than white people. As much as they try to debunk the statistic that black people make up 13 or 14% of the country, but commit 50% of the murders and violent crimes, they can't debunk it. That stat is actually a real stat. And that, look, you can give any reason you want. I don't care what your reasons is. Those are the facts. The police don't care about the reasons. They're not there to fix the reasons. That's the job of policymakers. They do this again and again. The policymakers screw up, and then they point at the guy who's the victim, which is the cop, who just has to keep the streets safe. If he had an app on his iPhone that showed criminal intent, he would not be looking at the face of the criminal. He would be looking at his app to see whether there was criminal intent there. He would not care about the race, but as it is, this is what this is one of the things he has to look at, because these are the facts on the ground. Another place where this came true was in the case in 2006, where members of the Duke lacrosse team were accused of raping Crystal Magnum, who had obviously a highly sexualized past and all this stuff, and the team was held up to ridicule and hatred by the same horrifying media that Jim Acosta and Miss Stelter are pretending belongs on a pedestal. The kids were suspended. The accused were suspended. Their season was ended. The Duke became completely hypersensitive about this and passed policies on this. And it was all so, these kids were treated so badly by the district attorney, Mike Nifong, that he was ultimately disbarred. He was in prison for a brief period. And now Crystal Magnum admits that she was lying. This cut 6.
God has given me the grace and the courage to stand up. No one deserves to be sexually assaulted, regardless of their profession or regardless of what they have done.
Now, I called her Magnum Mangum, and she's now in prison for stabbing her boyfriend to death. And that's so she's had a come to Jesus, and she's now confessing that this was. Now, Evan Thomas of Newsweek said famously, "We got the facts wrong, but the narrative right." And this is what we've forgotten. When I was quoting Tom Wolfe, that we have forgotten the basic rules, this is what we've forgotten. You find the facts, and the facts create the narrative. The narrative emerges. It is not the other thing around. And this is another thing we've forgotten. Racism is wrong. Racism is wrong. We know this from our Bible. Men and women are made in God's image. We know that there are no Greek or Jews in Christ. We know that racism is wrong, and it's wrong, and no matter who you do it against. And this is so important. To me, it's bad people who judge people by their race. We keep saying, well, the racists did this, so we have to do this to the white people, or whatever it is that they think. It's bad people like the Ku Klux Klan and like the New York Times Nicole Hannah-Jones who judge people and hate people according to their race. Look, there are good things to do and there are bad things to do, and that's how we judge people in the world. You judge people, you get to choose whether you do bad things or good things. It doesn't matter whether you were mistreated as a child. It doesn't matter whether you were mistreated by society. You do the good things and you don't do the bad things, and if you want to work to change society, go ahead. But you cannot dole out justice like Alvin Bragg according to the skin color of people. That isn't evil. We have forgotten this. And George Floyd has been made the poster child of racism. He's been made the poster child of acceptable racism. And that's not his fault. He's dead, but that's what he's been used for. So Biden did it, the press did it, the left has done it, and we need to expose, if he was not killed by that cop's actions, we need to expose that. I want the truth to come out, whether it gets Derek Chauvin out of prison, as I believe he should be. He was stabbed like 20 times while he was in prison. I don't have any comment on him personally, but as a news figure, I think he is a martyr to a lie, and I want to see the lie exposed, and that is my racial Christmas wish. This Christmas season, as we celebrate the gift of life, you have an opportunity to make a profound difference in the lives of mothers and their unborn children. Every day, women face uncertain circumstances, searching for hope and support during challenging pregnancies. That's where Preborn Ministries steps in. I share a story with you about Kelsey. As she discovered she was pregnant, she felt overwhelmed and unsure about her future. Through a preborn network clinic, she found not just medical care, but a community of support. The moment she saw her baby on the ultrasound and heard that heartbeat, everything changed. Today, she cherishes every moment with her son, who brings immeasurable joy to her life. Stories like Kelsey's happen every day at preborn clinics across the country. This Christmas, you have the opportunity to be part of these transformative moments. Through a special matching grant, your gift of $28 is doubled, making twice the impact. To join this vital work, dial pound 250 and say the keyword baby. That's pound 250, keyword baby. Or make your secure donation online at preborn.com/Klavan. Let me repeat, that's pound 250, keyword baby, or preborn.com/KLAVAN. Your gift today could save countless lives tomorrow. Chapter 3, my sexual Christmas wish. And I know, obviously, the jokes write themselves, but that's not what this is about. I get scored a lot for talking about sex on the show, joking about it, discussing it in detail. I get kind of prissy emails in my mind saying, don't use this word or that word. And the funny thing is, in real life, I'm very polite about these matters. But here, we're discussing ideas and we're discussing the country. And of course, sex is one of the primary drivers of human life, and it's the source of the funniest and most tragic human actions, and it's the source of life itself. And so we have to talk about it. It's ridiculous not to talk about it. It doesn't go away, but we talk about it. Now, there's a terrible story out of France. You may have heard about this. It's the trial of Dominique Pellicot. He was married to Giselle Pellicot, who I think they were married for like 50 years. She's in her 70s. For 10 of those years, he repeatedly drugged her by crushing sedatives and secreting it in her food and drink. And then when she was unconscious, he would bring in men that he had met online to rape her and abuse her sexually. And he filmed all this and kept meticulous records and all this. And along with the rapist names. So he, the husband, and 50 of his accomplices were tried, and they were convicted. And he got 20 years, which for him is a life sentence, and the other guys got much less. So his accomplices, some of them got only like 3 years. And there's a lot of outrage in France about the low sentences. And I hate to agree with the French about anything, but I agree with them about this. I mean, my immediate reaction was, where's the guillotine when you need it, when it would actually come in handy? Now, obviously, hideous crimes of all sorts, hideous sexual crimes of all sorts, have characterized human history. There's always been huge criminal sexual behavior, especially among the powerful. And we have that today. We have it in the church. We have it in Hollywood. We have it in Washington. We have it on Epstein's Island. We don't even know the fact that the names of the people who were on Epstein Island abusing underage girls has been kept secret this long just tells you how deep this corruption is. When I say we need reporting, the fact that this is not being reported on, or not, somebody has not dedicated his life to finding out who killed Epstein, A, and B, who else was on that list, who was visiting that island, is absolutely disturbing. And what's also disturbing to me about this Pellicot case is that in France, this was called the people who raped, the many, many men who raped this poor woman were called Monsieur Tout le Monde, which means Mr. Everyman, which, in other words, it was saying that all men are misogynists and all men are kind of rapists, could have been anyone else. And this is the opposite of the truth, okay? First of all, it's literally the opposite of the truth. These guys were sick criminals who were on a website that has been since shut down by the French police, where perverts and monsters would get together to sort of, get together and discuss these things, and that's where they were recruited. So they were bad people to begin with. But it's the opposite of what people call this everyman. What people are saying is that every man has a powerful force within him to have sex and to use the bodies of women for his pleasure without regard to the human being that body represents, the embodied human being. We all have these urges, fantasies, things that are, vulnerable to the images on porn, and violent images on porn. All men have these things going through their heads that many of us, would rather we didn't, but we know we do. We're not lying about it. We're not, we all understand this. And the thing is, we always knew this about men. And to come to the conclusion that every man is a rapist because he has those things in his head is the exact opposite of the truth, because the true conclusion is that statistically almost no men act on these things. They don't act on these things because a man is more than his physical impulses. This is the thing that drives me crazy. All of human life, all of human history, we have known that men are more than this. And only now have we been told that no, this is a man's nature. This is his identity. This is his toxic self. But a male, just like a woman, is a human being who can choose to do right or wrong. Same is true of women who have a different set of responsibilities toward their bodies, toward society. We all have responsibilities both to the way we treat ourselves and what we represent to the rest of society. This is the thing. We're not just individuals. We are part of a culture, part of a society, and the things we do have an effect on that society, not just on ourselves. The way we walk around, the way we dress, the way we behave, the way we speak to one another. We do not have a right to just express our individual whims. Of course we don't. How could we forget this if we always knew this? This is why we had things like chivalry. This is why we opened doors for women. This is why women dress more modestly, because we understand that these are the things going on beneath the surface, and that it takes an effort to overcome them. And this is how we help each other and train our bodies to that effort, toward the effort of our humanity. I mean, last week I was talking about that only fans girls, Lily Phillips, I think her name was, who gave herself to 100 men, which was wrong of her, and it was wrong of her to treat herself that way, and wrong of her to broadcast that, and she did a wrong to society by using her body in that manner. She did a wrong to all of us by using her body in that manner, and of course the men who responded and used her in that manner also did wrong, just as responsible, just as much of a free will, just as much as a choice between good and bad, that they made the wrong choice. And I got all these letters from people with this pushback, this legalistic claptrap, well, consent and this thing about, and about men's nature and all that stuff. Total crap. Right, wrong, do right, don't do wrong. It's simple. And that right and wrong may look a little different for men and for women is just because we're different. If men were just a sexual impulse, right? Everything would be like this. This would be all of life. But people are just more than that, and it's because men and women have left their natural roles, because I think of feminism, which feminism, remember, is just leftism with a skirt. It has nothing to do with the rights of women. It's just leftism with a skirt is the way destroying the home. But because we've been stripped of our natural roles, we're reduced to defining ourselves by our chromosomes and our impulses, and that's just not true. So let me just, for a minute, remind you of what you have forgotten, because I don't expect the pornographers in Hollywood or the pornographers online or the pornographers in the news media, I don't expect any of them to change. That's not my Christmas wish, okay? My Christmas wish is that you understand what the arguments against them are and ascribe to those arguments and state them out loud and have the courage to speak them out loud so that you can stand up against them, because a lot of times we just say this is wrong, we feel it's wrong, but we can't explain why it's wrong. But I'm just going to go over this very quickly, what we have forgotten, right? There is a realm of the spirit. There is an invisible realm, but it is as real as this hand I am holding up right now. It is just as real, you just can't see it. Like gravity, it's just as real. You can't see it, but it is there. And our version of that, our flesh, our actions represent and symbolize that realm. And when we don't do that, we toxify our culture, and we do wrong to the people around us, to the children who look at us, to the women who look at men, to the men who look at women, so that they can come together and create a new life and a new world in the future. They alienate each other by doing this. And so we all have a responsibility to behave like gentlemen and ladies, which is the godly form of men and women. Your body is like a word, okay? A word expresses something. It doesn't express what the left tells it to express. It expresses what over time and tradition and understanding it has come to express. You can't say that the word tree means table. It doesn't make any sense. We know what the word tree means, just like we know what the word woman means and the word man means. And this is one lesson of Christmas. By the way, since we're coming into the Christmas season, the Incarnation teaches us that the Word becomes flesh. And that's what each and every one of you is. And if the word is man, you have one set of responsibilities. And if the word is woman, you have a different set of responsibilities, things that you represent. Now, each one of us is an individual. We're not just a symbol. We're also an individual, right? And so we're going to represent it in different ways. Obviously, a Navy SEAL and an artist are two different kinds of men. And then, a Navy SEAL is some kind of essentialist man. We all understand that, and we all look at them in awe because of that. But of course, just because you're an artist, it still means you have the responsibilities of manhood, which are integrity and courage. Integrity means that you are what you say you are. You do what you say you're going to do. You speak the truth through your art or whatever it is you do, whatever your job is, and you do it morally. You do it morally even when the temptations go against you. This is a responsibility of man. And the thing is, when you get to those core responsibilities, when you get to the core responsibilities of representing that individual truth, what you have is mom and dad. That is the center of every society, and it is the center of our society, and it is the center of a free society. A mom who takes care of children and a dad who takes care of mom. That is the way our society is built, and it's built like that for many, many reasons that we've forgotten, but when you forget them, all you get is chaos. Now look, not everybody's going to be a mom. Not everybody's going to be a dad, but that's the core of the society. We don't have to, we don't have to hate anybody who's not participating in that. We don't have to shame people. We don't have to dislike gay people or any kinds of people. We just have to put at the center this thing and honor it as if it is the center on which all of us depend. You know, this is why it's one of the 10 commandments. Honor your mother and father. And you should actually be able to just leave out the word your. Honor mother and father and the roles they do, because they keep all of us alive. They keep the future alive. They keep us free. They keep us free. And again, it's not my Christmas wish to convince the pornographers in Hollywood or online or in the news media that this is true. It's my Christmas wish that you know better, that you are not just a series of impulses, that you are not just somebody who wants to sleep around, that you are not the fantasies that go through your head. You know, I get letters from people saying, I'm struggling with porn. Stop struggling with it. Just stop doing it. Just beat it. That's all there is to it. Just stop. Stop. Because that is, when you do that, you betray your manhood. When you're sitting around with porn, you're not acting like a man. You're acting like your impulse, a man's impulses. When you act like a man, you turn that crap off. That's right. That's sorry. When you go around, when you're a woman and you dress like a hooker and you go out and sleep with, get a body count, you're not acting like a woman. You're not acting like a free person. You're not acting like a feminine, empowered person. You're enslaving yourself. You're enslaving yourself to impulses to be something that you're not. It's hard. It is hard to live a life of a symbolic life, a life where you represent the good. It is really hard to do it, but we have forgotten that that's the job. That's the job of life, and it makes you so much more joyful. It makes you so much more complete, and it gives you so much more self-respect and self-esteem than you would have if you represent something that you are not supposed to represent. And that's, so all I wish is for you to get this, for you to start thinking about this, for you to start reading about why it is, why is it I don't agree with some of the stuff that the Catholic Church says about sex, but at least they're thinking about it. At least they're thinking about it. At least they're thinking, where does that fit in a person's life? It's worth reading some of the religious literature on this. Some of it turns me off, some of it I disagree with, but at least they're thinking about it in real terms instead of blathering about consent, which is a nonsense, instead of blathering about, this is the way men are, or this is the way women are, or this is the way women have to be if they want to be free. It's about doing the right thing. It's about doing the right thing with your body. We have different kinds of bodies. We have there are only two. There are two different kinds of bodies. They have different set of responsibilities. Start thinking about it and start thinking about why it's like that. And you can answer these people who are selling poison into the system every single day. If you own a handgun for self-defense like I do, your storage likely fits into one of two frustrating categories. Either it's locked away, safe, but out of reach in an emergency, or it's unsecured, leaving it vulnerable to anyone. Stopbox USA saw the problem and designed a groundbreaking solution, the Stopbox Pro. With the Stopbox Pro, you'll never have to choose between security and readiness again. Its ingenious push-button locking system gives you fast, reliable access when every second matters, without the hassle of keys or reliance on batteries. It's 100% mechanical, so it works every time, no power needed. With Stopbox USA, you can finally have both security and readiness. The Stopbox Pro's mechanical keyless system allows for fast, secure access without the risk of fumbling for keys when every second counts. It's also battery-free, so you never have to worry about your lock not working. Our listeners are getting 10% off their entire order when they use code CLAVEN. Stopbox is also running a buy one, get one free offer on their Stopbox Pro. That's 10% off and a free Stopbox Pro when you use code CLAVEN at stopboxusa.com. I just got one. I just got my Stopbox Pro, and it's really interesting. I love that all Stopbox products are proudly made in the USA in their own facility. Not only does this ensure a high-quality craftsmanship of every product sent out, it creates meaningful jobs and opportunities for American workers. So, one more time, for a limited time only, our listeners are getting a crazy deal. Not only do you get 10% off your entire order when you use code CLAVEN at StopboxUSA.com, but they're also giving you a buy one, get one free for their Stopbox Pro. That's 10% off, a free Stopbox Pro when you use code CLAVEN at StopboxUSA.com. Discover a better way to balance security and readiness with Stopbox. All right, Chapter 4, my cultural Christmas wish. And we're going to get rid of the member block today as my Christmas present to you. We're going to keep you from being Clavenless for another 10 minutes or so, but this is a good time to become a member. Go to dailywire.com/subscribe and use code Klavan at checkout for 2 months free on all annual plans and save yourselves from Clavenlessness a little bit, but because Clavenlessness, of course, is infinite, but so you want to stave it off for as long as possible. All right, my cultural Christmas wish. Now, the arts express the heart of a society, the heart of a culture. And they change the heart of the culture by showing people themselves. And, James Joyce called it the conscience of the race, the conscience of the race that kind of brought before us who we are. And that's why it changes us, because when you see yourself, you change. And, I always tell you on the show that you hear tomorrow's news today, and that's been remarkably true over the past few years, that I've told you things that were going to happen. And the funny thing is, but by the time you tell me that I'm wrong, this happens again and again, people tell me that I'm wrong, and then by the time what I said will happens, they've forgotten that I said it first, and they're already telling me I'm wrong about the next thing. But I want to explain why this drives my wife crazy, as you can imagine. Now, the reason I know the future before is because I'm watching the arts. And I'm not watching the big hits. I'm watching the things that are from real artists. So I don't care about the Superman movie coming out. Maybe I'll go see it. Maybe I won't. I don't care about Wicked. I don't care about Gladiator 2. Maybe I'll see them. Maybe I won't. It doesn't matter. What I'm watching are artists, because artists see the culture in a deep way. And I want to talk about a couple of movies that I just recently watched, in which I saw something about where we are and something about where I think we can go. And I want to talk about these two films. First, a bad one, and one I thought was quite good, actually. The film I went to with Spencer Klavan, no relation, because he wanted to review it for his podcast, The Young Heretics, because, of course, Spencer is a classicist. He's an Oxford-trained PhD. He's an actual doctor. He's not like Joe Biden. If you get an ancient Greek disease, he will come over to your house and laugh at you. He can't do anything about it, but he will laugh at you anyway. So The Return is, we went to see it because The Return is by the director Umberto Pasolini, who did The Full Monty. And it's got Ralph Fiennes and Juliette Binoche, a wonderful, wonderful cast. And it's a retelling of the last section of Homer's Odyssey, when Odysseus, after winning the Trojan War by inventing the Trojan horse, he returns to Ithaca, but the Trojan Wars lasted 10 years, and then Poseidon gets angry at him because Odysseus gets captured by the Cyclops, skewers the Cyclops in the eye, and the Cyclops turns out to be Poseidon's son, so Poseidon gets angry at him and keeps him from coming home for another 10 years. But he's been gone for 20 years, and in the meantime, his wife, Penelope, has famously held off the suitors who want to come and become king, but they can't become king unless she agrees to marry them. And what she does is she weaves a shroud, and she says, when I'm finished weaving the shroud, I will choose one of the suitors as a husband, and then every night she pulls the shroud apart, so she never gets to the end of it, and that she has become a symbol of fidelity. And so here Odysseus comes home, and this is a spoiler alert, but you should have read the Odyssey, but everybody kind of knows how it ends. He comes home, and he kills all the suitors and reveals himself, and Penelope's fidelity is rewarded in their being reunited. So let's take a look at the trailer from The Return about this part of the famous poem, the Odyssey.
King Odysseus, the smartest of all the heroes. He led us for 10 years in the Trojan War, before his brilliant plan to build the great walls. The Trojans thought it was a gift and took it behind their walls. Then, out poured our soldiers. Odysseus led us to victory. People love stories. You were there?
So, as you can tell from the tone of that trailer, this is not the Odyssey, where there are gods, where there's heroism, where there's triumph. Penelope is a symbol of fidelity. Odysseus is a symbol, a kind of questionable symbol because he uses trickery, but he's still a symbol of heroism. In this, there are no gods, there's no joy, there's no heroism, there's no triumphant return. There's just a lot of kind of maundering about. It's really not a good movie. It's very slow, very beautiful to look at. Of course, the actors are great, but it is slow. How bad war is so bad. It's so bad. They say to Odysseus, "Why didn't you come home after the war?" And he says, "Sometime war becomes your." I'm thinking, give me a break. This guy is a warrior in a warrior culture. He has come back to claim his faithful bride. And she's like, why? Oh, I could only be faithful or a whore. I only, society won't let me be the who I am, the real identity of my. No, she was a hero. That's feminine heroism. That is her feminine heroism. She is the bride of a hero. She's the right wife of a hero because she is heroic herself. So this is realism, but it's not realistic. It's not reality. In that time, in that Bronze Age time, nobody would have questioned war. Nobody would have questioned whether there should have been a war. Nobody would have questioned the gods. There wouldn't have been any of this, we call it Poseidon, but he was just a lot of water. No, of course not. They would have called him Poseidon because they would have seen the gods in nature, as God is, in fact, inherent in nature. And I was reminded as I was watching this of another movie. It was actually not a bad movie called United 93, which was about that plane that was hijacked on 9/11/2001, where they took the plane back heroically. And you may remember that Todd Beamer, one of the heroes of that flight, they crashed the plane and died themselves but saved lives on the ground because they were used it as a weapon. Todd Beamer made a phone call to a 911 operator on the ground, and before he signed off, he and the operator said the Lord's Prayer with her, and then turned to his fellow heroes and said, "Are you ready? Let's roll." And that became the sort of battle cry for the nation. But in this movie, United 93, he just sort of mutters under his breath as he's shaking with fear. He said, "All right, let's roll. And that's supposed to be realistic. But it's not realistic. He said a prayer, and then he said, "Let's roll." And he said it quite definitively and decisively. So realism is a style that is meant to strip us of the gods, meant to strip us of our heroism, meant to strip us of that spiritual realm I was talking about before, where life has meaning, where flesh has meaning, where the things you do are good things or they are evil things. That happens in a spiritual realm that we represent. And realism takes that away. Realism is materialism. It's not realism at all. And that's why it's bad. Now, as opposed to that is Clint Eastwood's film, Juror Number 2. And it may be his last film. He's in his 90s. And people are saying that people around him are saying this may be his last picture. It was dumped by Warner Brothers. They brought it out momentarily in a couple of theaters, and then it's on streaming right away, which is where I saw it on Amazon. And look, that's showbiz. People don't go to these small films. They go to Wicked and they go to Gladiator 2, and so this is a small, thoughtful film. But frankly, in my humble opinion, after decades of basking and living off Clint Eastwood's iconic work, Warner Brothers might have should have treated it right. Now, I want to give a spoiler alert. I'll try not to give too much away, but I'm basically going to tell you the plot of this story. It's a thriller about a man played by Nicholas Hoult who looks like a young Clint Eastwood. Directors do that all the time when they were old actors. And it's got a great cast. Toni Collette is in it. J.K. Simmons is in it. Kiefer Sutherland does a bit part in it. And he's called to a domestic violence trial where this thug is accused of killing his girlfriend after an argument and dumping her in a ditch. And as Nicholas Hoult is a juror watching this, he suddenly realizes that, oh no, this guy is on trial, but he didn't kill this girl, and the reason is because of something he goes to his friend Kiefer Sutherland and explains in this scene.
So I went to clear my head and found myself at Rowdy's hideaway. Ordered a drink and sat there for a while. Then I got up and I went about a quarter of a mile and I hit something. I got out of the car and I looked around and I checked. I didn't see anything, and I figured it was a deer that ran off. And then I got back in the car.
Okay, what's the problem?
I got called for jury duty on the Carter case. They found her body in a creek bed about a quarter mile from Rowdy's hideaway last October.
What are you telling me?
Maybe I didn't hit a deer.
So here's a juror who sees this case and realizes he may have killed accidentally, and not knowing that he may have killed this girl in a hit-and-run accident. And the question that this adult, serious, beautifully acted film puts forward. It's not a perfect film. It's got some script flaws in it, but that's okay. It's a serious adult film asking adult questions in an adult way. A small, powerful drama. Here is this place where if justice is done, this invisible thing, this thing that only exists in the spiritual realm that is as real as my hand, if justice is done, a good man might suffer. He's in a very vulnerable position. His wife is pregnant. He's about to give birth. He's a good person. He's taking good care of his wife. He's reformed some things he's done in the past that are no good. Does the DA, who's played by Toni Collette, does the prosecutor do justice, even though it means that a bad man will get out of prison and a good man might end up in prison? And it asks that question relentlessly without giving you any outs. And all I will tell you is that Toni Collette makes her decision while she's sitting in a courtroom studying the state seal. I think it takes place in Georgia, in Savannah, I think. She's studying the state seal, and it has the words on it, "In God we trust." And that's what Clint focuses on, the words, "In God we trust," because the film is telling us that if you are going to ascribe to these invisible principles, you have to believe in the invisible world. And I think we have allowed our arts to become childish. I think superhero films are inherently godless because they posit that men and women can be gods. I think they're inherently sexless because the women are invulnerable, unlike in real life, where women are the most vulnerable among us besides children. And we have allowed our arts to become childish. We sit around talking about the fate of Spider-Man instead of talking about issues like Clint Eastwood raises. And my cultural Christmas is that both faith-based films and conservative-based films, I'm fine with there being big entertainments, silly, stupid, mindless entertainments, but I would like to see them develop a measure of adulthood and deal with questions that don't always have happy answers and don't always have easy answers. And if you have to do it through streaming, if you have to do it in release them in various ways, that's okay. But I think that we really need to stop the right, conservatives, let's just call them people who have good common sense, honest people, have to stop playing to the lowest common denominator all the time when making cultural work. Stop making propaganda and start making real life dramas with real life questions, as Clint Eastwood did, as he shows us where to go in the future, as he prepares perhaps the scheme. As President Trump declared on election night, 2025 marks the beginning of America's new golden age, and we want you with us as we cover every minute of it. Right now, get 50% off new Daily Wire Plus annual memberships. That's an entire year of uncensored news, premium entertainment, investigative reporting, live breaking news, and much more for half the price. Speaking of much more, last night, Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro kicked off, was coming in with Nick Fuentes, the white nationalist, the guy who hates Jews, says that a guy tried to kill him. A guy came to his house and he was shot. This guy was later shot by police and may have killed other people, certainly shot a couple of dogs, apparently. And I don't know, I'm assuming that Nick is telling the truth about this. And it's disturbing because he's been doxxed and all this stuff. And I do not, Fuentes says, I'm grateful to God that I'm still alive today. And I'm also grateful. I wish, as you know, I disagree with everything Nick Fuentes said, and I hold him to account because, as I said, I don't think he's a man without talent. I think he's witty and intelligent, and I think he was polluted. I don't wish him any harm at all. I don't wish him dead, but I do wish him redeemed. I think he is twisted by hatred, and I think that he is not even the most powerful commentator spreading this demonic hatred of the Jews. There are some people out there, I won't name them, you know who they are. They have this narrative they're developing that Jews escaped Germany in World War II and came to America and built the A-bomb to kill Christians, and they dropped it on Nagasaki because that's where the Christians were. And ever since World War II, so many Christians have died in our wars, which is a complete insane thing to say because before World War II, all our wars were against fellow Christians, right? It was the Civil War, the Revolutionary War, all the wars of Europe, there were Christians killing Christians. So the idea that we are especially hostile against Christians now, all of this stuff is nonsense. And I've seen people personally taken over by this demon. I mean, look, if you were Satan, what would you do? You'd poison Christianity, right? I mean, especially Catholic Christianity, because all Christianity really grows out of Catholic and Orthodox Christianity, and so you'd poison it by basically saying, instead of grafting, instead of grafting the Gentiles onto the branch of Jesse, which is what Christ came to do, according to Paul, it basically telling you that you have to hate Jews. And I've said it before that the hatred of Jews in the name of Christ is really the hatred of Christ, who, as I said, grafted the Gentiles onto Judaism and transformed Judaism. He transformed Judaism by getting to its heart and incarnating its God. But St. Paul is very clear. He tells the Jews to accept the Gentiles, and he tells the Gentiles not to disdain the Jews, because God doesn't forget his promises and Israel will be saved. And you can debate what the exact meaning of that is, but you can't twist it into hatred when it's clearly aimed at love. Good rule for this, folks. I'll give you my rule. If you have to hate people, hate them one at a time, so they have to earn it, right? Make them earn your hatred by doing bad things, right? Instead of just hating them for what color or what religion they are. And again, this is the devil's work, and this is stuff we have to. And a lot of these guys who are selling this have 1,000 times the audience that I have. And I don't care about that at all. It probably drives my friend Jeremy a little crazy. But each one of you and my audience is of infinite value. And if any of you can put this aside and understand this about how we know Christ, when the devil is prowling out there, then that is an infinite. Many years ago, to where are we in the Christian? I see this Christian rebirth coming. Many years ago, I was invited on a panel to discuss truth and beauty in the arts. Somebody asked me a question: what do I want to see? What if I could achieve one thing, what would it be? And I said, well, where we are right now, and this is more than 10 years ago, so where we are right now, what I would just like to convince people is that there is such a thing as truth. Because that was something that people didn't believe. And the guy next to me was a children's author, Christian. He started yelling at me, "That's a ridiculous thing to say. The truth is Jesus Christ, Christ, and we must tell. That's the only truth. Christ is King. We must tell it." And what I was saying is, yeah, we have to climb back to that place where we can talk about. You can't talk about Jesus being the truth. People don't believe in the truth. So sometimes it's like the question of abortion. When people think abortion is a right, first you have to convince them that it's a sin. That's the first thing you have to do. First you have to convince them before you can even get to the legal stage. And it's okay to get up and make ringing statements about we'll never compromise, we'll never surrender, we'll never do this. But you're not achieving anything. You have to make sure that with tenderness and beauty and love, you convince people that this is a horrible thing to do. So, on my Substack that I do with Spencer, the newjerusalem.substack.com, we've been discussing whether or not we have lost the language of faith, so that we can't even see what is there in front of us, this invisible world that is there in front of us, and we can't tell people when we see it that it's there. And this reminds me, since it's Christmas time, this reminds me of the famous meeting between Ebenezer Scrooge and Jacob Marley, when Jacob Marley asks him the essential question. Now remember, Jacob Marley is a ghost. All the other spirits that he meets are spirits, the spirit of Christmas yet to come, and Christmas past, and Christmas present. But Marley is a ghost, an eternal soul who is suffering purgatorial punishment for his sins in human life. And this is what he says. This is from A Christmas Carol, or sometimes called Scrooge, 1951. Alistair Sim, Scrooge, and Michael Hordern as Jacob Marley. It's a little bit long, but it's worth listening to. Cut 13.
You don't believe in me.
I don't.
Why do you doubt your senses?
Because a little thing affects them. A slight disorder of the stomach makes them cheat. Might be an undigested bit of beef. A piece of cheese. A fragment of an underdone potato. There's more of gravy than of grave in you. Whatever you are. Do you see that toothpick?
I do.
You're not looking at it.
But I see it, notwithstanding.
Oh. Well then, I've just got to swallow this, and I'd be tortured for the rest of my life by a legion of hobgoblins. All of my own creation. It's all humbug, I tell you. Mercy.
Man of the worldly mind, do you believe in me or not?
That is my Christmas wish for every one of you, each one of you of infinite value, of infinite worth, that you answer that question truly in your own heart. Do you believe in the soul that Christ came to save? Do you think that soul is just sort of figment of our makeup, our physical makeup, or a delusion of our erotic longings or our physical longings? Do you think it's a mirage of our collective unconscious, as Jung would say, or we don't know whether it's a mirage or not? Or do we have faith that though our souls are invisible, they are as real as reality, an objective fact, even if it takes its shape from our subjective perception? Remember, the Bible says that faith, the evidence of things not seen, the proof of the invisible, and the faith is counted to us as righteous, as righteousness. The faith is counted to us as righteousness because it makes the invisible manifest. Your masculinity, your femininity, the good as opposed to the bad. All of those things become real and visible through your faith. So do we believe in that invisible realm of meaning that our bodies represent, the realm of justice that has to be done even if it costs us something, the realm of truth that our journals should represent that don't and that also cost you when they tell the truth? Man of the worldly mind, man and woman of the worldly mind, do you believe in that or not? At Christmas, the Word is made flesh. He made us in His image, and He comes before us in our image. We have to ask ourselves, do we believe in Him? Do we believe in us or not? I know you know the answer to that question. I know you will find it. I believe in you. When I was asked the other day, am I optimistic or pessimistic? And I said, countries come and go, empires rise and fall. But I'm optimistic about each one of you finding the truth and living in the truth and living in joy, not just now, but forever. Have a merry, merry Christmas. I love you. I'll see you in the new year.
Game Awards nominees for Game of the Year. In my last video, I talked about how the PEGI ratings board gave Balatro an 18+ rating, claiming that the game contains gambling just because it has a poker motif, even though it has no gambling whatsoever. Meanwhile, they're giving games like, FIFA a rating of, anyone above the age of 3 can play it, even though that has literal loot boxes, aka literal gambling. And then I also talked about this speech that Larian Boss and Baldur's Gate 3 dev and head Sven Vink gave during Game Awards 2024, where he basically called out the entire games industry, talking about what makes a game of the year and just all the integrity that goes behind a game that's made with the right intentions, made from a place of pure passion and not with the intention to purely monetize and focused on financials and whatnot. It was a great speech, honestly, that I think highlights the kind of morals and ideals that more companies should take with them to be able to, kind of become etched in the history of gaming as a paragon of gaming, something to be remembered for all time. So that speech actually comes into play in today's video and today's story, because it had some weird shenanigans happen when it comes to Black Myth Wukong, which is one of the nominees for Game of the Year 2024. Obviously, it didn't win. The winner this year was Astrobot. Black Myth Wukong, though, was nominated, which is by itself a big deal, but fans of Black Myth Wukong, in particular Chinese players, were not a fan of the fact that Black Myth Wukong didn't win, but also the way Sven Vink presented his speech, and some kind of mistranslation apparently happened that led them to believe that Sven Vink is being some kind of hypocrite, which is why you will see that on the day of the Game Awards, or rather the day after, on December 13th, 2024, a decent wave of negative reviews began to flood in, as you can see in this graph. That eventually did die down, but there was this spike of negative reviews from Chinese players. New Zealand Multiplayer First got wind of this, and they took some screenshots of all the Chinese gamers who decided to review bomb the game, or I should say tried to review bomb the game, because despite the spike in negative reviews, it still didn't change the review score at all. It is still sitting on an overwhelmingly positive score of 96%, both in recent reviews and all-time reviews. I think the all-time reviews was a little higher before the flood of negative reviews happened for a little bit, but it is still at overwhelmingly positive. This is a game that garnered so many positive reviews that even an attempted review bombing ultimately didn't make that much of a dent or a difference. But you know what does make a difference? Having your personal data being kept private, which brings us to the sponsor of today's video, description and comment section below. Anyway, even if the review bombing didn't make a huge dent, you can still see from Multiplayer First's report a bunch of screenshots that highlight all of the negative reviews that flooded in. And the reason behind this apparently is because of a misinterpretation when it comes to what Sven Vink said during the Game Awards speech before he presented Astrobot as Game of the Year. I think it's a combination of like both Black Myth Wukong not winning and them believing that Sven Vink said something that they believed was directed at Black Myth Wukong and the director of Black Myth Wukong. So you may recall that Sven Vink said, "It's stupidly simple how to win Game of the Year, but somehow keeps getting lost." Or, you know, how to just make a good game that at least gets nominated. A studio makes a game because they want to make a game they want to play themselves. They created it because it hadn't been created before. They didn't make it to increase market share. They didn't make it to serve the brand. They didn't have to meet arbitrary sales targets or fear getting laid off if they didn't meet those targets. Furthermore, the people in charge forbade them from cramming the game with anything whose only purpose was to increase revenue and didn't serve the game design. They didn't treat their developers like numbers on a spreadsheet. They didn't treat their players as users to exploit. And they didn't make decisions they knew were short-sighted in function of a bonus or politics. They knew that if you put the game and the team first, the revenue will follow. They were driven by idealism and wanted players to have fun, and they realized that if the developers don't have fun, nobody was going to have fun. They understood the value of respect, that if they treated their developers and players well, the same developers and players would forgive them when things didn't go as planned. But above all, they cared about their games because they love games. It's really that simple. Couldn't have put it better myself. Now, there are bits here where he talks about how Game of the Year winners tend to be ones that didn't do it, like they didn't set out to create a game that was, you know, whose primary purpose was making money. It wasn't about cramming stuff whose only purpose was to increase revenue, and it wasn't about, you know, increasing market share or serving the brand. But that got misconstrued as essentially Sven Vink saying that games shouldn't strive to make a lot of money, games shouldn't strive to sell well. And so Multiplayer First reports here that for many Chinese users, Vink's pre-award speech, which emphasized creating games not just for profit, was seen as hypocritical, almost as if directed at Game Science's Black Myth Wukong. This backlash, however, appears to stem from a poor translation of Vink's speech, which led to misunderstandings. The tone and sarcasm in his comments were lost in translation, causing confusion among viewers. Hypocritical in the sense that Baldur's Gate 3 sold really well, so what? That's not a good thing? Is that what you're trying to say, Sven? Like, that's how they interpreted it, when what Sven was saying was that the reason Baldur's Gate 3 sold well, that was just the byproduct of them approaching Baldur's Gate 3 with the right ideals of just making a good-ass game, making their own dream game that could become other people's dream game, and having word-of-mouth spread, and approaching making games from just a place of passion and artistry, instead of like thinking about maximizing revenue and approaching every facet of game design from a revenue intended mindset. Because any game that's made with the idea of making money at the forefront just won't be good, because it's not designed to be fun. It's inherently designed to make money, and that's what Sven Vink is saying. You should avoid that if you want to make games that stand the test of time and that win awards and that become celebrated throughout the rest of gaming history. He's not saying that making money is bad. He's not saying profit is bad. He's not saying that a game selling well is bad. Making a game is expensive. You want games to make money. You want them to sell really well. All he's saying is that the method to do that isn't to think about how to design the game to maximize revenue. Just design a good-ass game and the revenue will just naturally follow, because that idealism realism is what yields boundary-pushing games that are unique or that take an existing genre and do something just really incredible with it by creating something with just a whole lot of substance, by taking that genre to the next level. That's what Sven Vink is trying to say, but apparently just something got lost in translation, leading to this spike in negative reviews from Chinese players, which again, Multiplayer First itself recorded here through the various screenshots. And then the whole like drama, if you will, surrounding this whole situation further intensified when Black Myth Wukong's studio CEO wrote essentially like a message after he didn't win Game of the Year. He decided to put his thoughts out there on Chinese social media website Weibo, where he posted this long, essentially essay here that's 7 parts. And when he did so, the headlines started to look like this. Black Myth Wukong's studio CEO wrote Game of the Year acceptance speech 2 years ago, questioned selection criteria of the Game Awards. Here's another headline. Game Science CEO criticizes the Game Award selection after Black Myth Wukong lost. And the impression that the headlines gave is that the Black Myth Wukong studio CEO is essentially like a sore loser based on what he said in the big piece that he wrote for Weibo. Here is a translation, and some of the bits that stood out to people was stuff like this. The 4 nominations for Black Myth Wukong, Best Action Game, Best Art Direction, Best Game Direction, and Game of the Year, are all a first in China. In the end, it won Best Action Game and Player's Voice, and especially Player's Voice. It's very gratifying. I must admit that there are disappointments and regrets. Games nominated this year are all excellent, but I really don't understand the selection criteria for this year's Game of the Year. I came here for nothing, reads this section of the quote. And then the speech for the annual game for the Game Awards was written 2 years ago, but it was not used. Another translation that's making the rounds is this one right here from Reddit. It reads similarly, saying that the 4 nominations were a first for a Chinese game. Ultimately, we took home Best Action Game and Player's Voice, especially winning Player's Voice was gratifying. This translation also highlights how he basically said something along the lines of, I feel like I came all the way to the Game Awards for nothing. In fact, I wrote my Game of the Year acceptance speech 2 years ago, only to never get the chance to deliver it. Now, if you look at the rest of the speech, there are also positive elements that he highlights, how he ultimately wants to make the best games possible, how he hopes that Black Myth Wukong sends a positive message, how, confident he was in the vision of this game, and how grateful he is ultimately for everything. So there are positive elements to all of this, but a lot of people latched on to these specific quotes that made him look like a sore loser, or that didn't see him as being sportsmanlike in celebrating the games that won, and instead complaining that Black Myth Wukong didn't win and that he went there for nothing because Black Myth Wukong didn't win. And the fact that he wrote his acceptance speech for Game of the Year 2 years ago and didn't get to use that, a lot of people just looked at that as just kind of getting ahead of himself and kind of cocky. And so on top of Chinese Black Myth Wukong players misinterpreting Sven Vink's speech, and that leading to review bombing Baldur's Gate 3 for a little bit, which again ultimately fortunately didn't have that much of an impact because of how positively the game has been received. Now we got this side of things where it gained a lot of traction with people seeing Game Science's CEO as criticizing the Game Awards and criticizing the fact that, or just being kind of salty about Black Myth Wukong not winning, and how he had a speech prepared 2 years ago that he didn't get to use, and that he went to the Game Awards for nothing because Black Myth Wukong didn't win. That's how that was perceived. And this gained millions of views and, tens of thousands of likes, and a lot of people just kind of not being a fan of that kind of attitude. Stuff like, I get it, but be humble. Saying you wrote it 2 years ago is just arrogant, in my opinion, so on and so forth. Those are some of the top comments here. But then others chimed in saying that the tone of what the Game Science CEO, the Black Myth Wukong Developers Studios CEO, wrote was kind of lost in translation, similarly to how Sven Vink's speech and the tone of that was lost in translation to Chinese audiences. Apparently, what he wrote on Weibo, the way that's being portrayed, is a lot more negative than how it actually comes across to Chinese readers, is what Mizu here, for example, argues, saying that I read the original article in Chinese and the focus isn't on him complaining about losing Game of the Year at all. He said like 2 specific lines about it out of the whole passage, but of course that's all the articles will focus on. I would not call it a rant at all. It's more of a reflection of his thoughts, and it ends on such a positive note. He expressed gratitude for winning Best Action Game and Player's Voice. Then he talked about being disappointed, and in my opinion, he has all the rights to be. Who wouldn't be? In the sense that this could have been the first Chinese game that is so culturally relevant and significant because of the mythology that it tackles to win Game of the Year, and it didn't. And so some kind of disappointment is understandable. This user continues, and yes, he did mention not understanding the criteria for Game of the Year, and I mean, that's kind of true for all of us. It has always been ambiguous and cause for a lot of debates. At the end, he talked about how a lot of things like winning awards are outside of their control, so all they will focus on is making great games. So again, the whole thing ultimately ends on a positive note. And then this user continues, and I wrote the acceptance speech 2 years ago with context read more like he's thanking players for the confidence and making a joke that I had even more confidence than you guys because look, I wrote a speech that I didn't get to use. And this user highlights how these specific emojis were used to make it more lighthearted. And if you go to the Weibo post, indeed that is exactly what he did. And so apparently you're not meant to take the whole I wrote the speech 2 years ago overly seriously. He's not actually salty about not being able to use that speech that he wrote 2 years ago, is apparently the argument that's being made based on how Chinese readers read the tone of this message. The Twitter user arguing for Game Science CEO finally says that at the end he wrapped it up with the philosophy behind Black Myth Wukong and hoped that it influenced people in a positive way, that the world is beautiful and worth fighting for. This Twitter user further added that Chinese languages lose a lot of context when translated into English, and the tone is often completely lost in translation. And so basically what this individual is trying to say is that Black Myth Wukong CEO is being misrepresented by the headlines that paint him as someone who's just extremely salty and a sore loser. Apparently, if you just read it from a Chinese reader's perspective, it doesn't really come across that way. Though this user does admit that they didn't like the part where he does say that I felt like I came to the award ceremony for nothing. Apparently, this user even had no arguments to make there. And so the fact that that's there might still kind of give off some bits and pieces of maybe there was a bit of a sore loser attitude that did come out of this message. So maybe the message, while it has a lot of positive to it, still wasn't the most graceful way to handle things, or at least this bit wasn't the most graceful thing to put on there, is what could be argued. But at the end of the day, aside from a bit of that expression of disappointment that they didn't get to win, the message apparently is mostly positive and uplifting, and it is argued by Chinese readers that a lot of that was kind of taken out of context, or a lot of headlines focused on these specific quotes whose tone was not properly captured, and so it's kind of deemed to be a bit of like a mistranslation or misadaptation, a lot like how Sven Ving's speech that is pretty much all positive, and or at the very it's critical in some ways, but sends a positive message of like, you know, this is how you should be making games, and about just kind of having integrity in making games, how that stuff and you know, about like not making games with the approach of just making it for profit, that was misinterpreted on China's end. And then on another side of things, a lot of peers claimed during a stream that she saw developers crying, like Game Science developers crying when their game Black Myth Wukong didn't win Game of the Year. That's kind of what she relayed in this video. And that spread far and wide. But then we have somebody else here. Charles Young was the former editor-in-chief of IGN China. This individual retweeted this clip and essentially argued against what Alana claims, said he didn't see this happen, stating it's obvious that she mistook someone else, since I was with the Game Science team the entire time during those days, including the TGA night. No one cried over this. In fact, I didn't see anyone crying at the event. I have no idea why she said so. I was not there at the event, so I personally don't know who's right and who's wrong, but that was a whole other element that contributed to people thinking that Game Science are being very sore losers or not being sportsmanlike or graceful about being, you know, nominated, which alone is a big deal, and then like not winning and not, you know, handling that well is kind of how all of that was perceived. At the very least, you can see Game Science's CEO's reaction when Astrobot was announced as the winner for Game of the Year. It's this guy right here, and he doesn't look like he's crying. In fact, he's smiling and seems like he's handling it well, unless he's really good at hiding the pain or something. Though I don't know if Alana saw other developers that are not the CEO who maybe some of them were crying, or maybe she misconstrued the situation. And Charles Young, you know, he claims that he didn't see anyone from Game Science crying, so maybe he's right. I don't know. Again, I wasn't there personally. At the end of the day, look, Black Myth Wukong is still winning a lot of other awards. I think it's cool that Astrobot won. Like, these award ceremonies ultimately don't take away from the achievements of any one individual game or the enjoyment of any one individual who are fans of these games. None of it should ultimately take away from the pride that the developers and creators have in their work, or the fun that players take away from these games, or the impact that these games have on them and their perception of all of these individual games and what their favorites are. Like, none of this ultimately takes away from that. So I ultimately see no reason for any of this to get ugly. I think you're allowed to love the games that you love and have your own picks for what your game of the year is. And, you know, there are plenty of awards that all these games will ultimately win, and these games will still be deemed as among the best of this year. I think it's cool that we got a year where so many cool experiences released, and I'm just glad that I'm a gamer who gets to be able to, like, behold creations like these that are just so amazing, coming from extremely talented people. That's my take, at least. Let me know in the comments below what your thoughts and opinions are on this whole Game Awards, Black Myth Wukong.
Oh, another one of these.
Immediately came in second place.
with 8 kills. I mean, technically, that's a victory if I hit the top 3. God damn it. Hi, Bashi. Just for you for today. Pretty lady on screen. We're pinning that. Bashi, are you having trouble getting it up? Bashi has erectile dysfunction. Got him. This team has too many players. Heck. One thing I don't appreciate is motherfuckers running past me without pulling the goddamn trigger at least once. Ooh, look at me. Chad, I lost, but I totally won. 10-3? Absolutely obliterated. That's just the last minute. Double snipers. What's happening, Ams? God damn it. My thumbs are sore, Bashi. won't fit in that box. I mean, you can try, Cat. Came in halfway through the match. Ended up in 3rd place. Oh, I could have been first if I had landed one more kill. There's your ammunition refill, you dirty bastard. goddamn, that dude moves quick. Back. damn it. Victory. What the hell is this? It's royalty-free Christmas Carol music. Oh, baby, a triple. That dude's so mad. Victory! Ooh! Oh. I'm getting bored of this game chat. For now. I don't know what to do next. The child? That's just Baby Yoda. This isn't Christmas. This is like half Marvel. Red hero that looks like Scarlet Witch. Inevitable glove. Voltron shield. Look, we all know that this is the Disney battle pass. The generic Disney battle pass. So, fun fact, if you quit the game and start over, you get brand new missions. Victory! Oh, he's almost dead. We did it, or I should say I fucking did it. I did like 90% of the goddamn work. I'm tired of this map. Ugh. Ah, he can get fucked. fucking hate players like this. Yo, bugs! So I found an extension through 7TV, not 7TV, FFZ, that allows me to see 7TV emotes in my OBS chat. So now you guys can spam 7TV emotes. And I let him get away with that. What is this new map? Fucking Walking Dead wannabe ass type shit. Oh. It's not Roblox. It's Pixel Strike 3D. Probably uses the Roblox engine. Definitely uses Roblox physics. How you doing, Bugs? You're doing good? Fantastic. So, Bugs, big news. I can now see 7 TV emotes in my chat. Yeah, Streamlabs. I've been using Streamlabs OBS for years. There was a FFZ. There was an FFZ. There's an FFZ extension that allows you to see 7 TV emotes on your Streamlabs OBS. There's both BTTV and FFC extensions. They help out the chat. Oh shoot, I need to change the achievement score. Parrot, don't you hecking start. This music sounds like it belongs in High School Musical. Oh, there it is. This is both this is both on Twitch and YouTube. Quit calling me out. That's for the kick streams. Yes, Loot Games. Somebody must be fucking cheating or something. I've just been getting railed by the same fucking cheating scumbags. Hey, Bashi, can you translate for me? Bosh, translate. He said you got. Oh. Apparently it's Latino night in fucking Pixel Strike. No, he was reading some stuff that people were saying in the Pixel Spec chat. Because it's fucking Latino night. Bashi, I was asking for you. My team goes from Mexican to Mexicant. We have the child. Yup. Win 3 games of Infected? Nope. That's it for tonight. Tomorrow, Team Fortress 2. Thanks everybody for stopping in and hanging out. Bugs, Bashi, Bobtron. Was there anybody else? Chucky, Oms. I said Oms already. Yep, that's all the chatters. All the lurkers, the VOD viewers, YouTube channel, the YouTube watchers. Thank you guys all so much for hanging out. I'll see you all tomorrow. Team Fortress 2.